That's one. Oh, there's one. Are you cold? Are, okay, that's two. That's two. Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Isaac, let's have a word of prayer. Get started today. Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for what you're doing for us. Just bless us in this day as we can finish, as today and tomorrow as we finish the first quarter. Direct us, Father, in thy precious name. Amen. Okay. Um, Here's what I want you to do today. I've got lesson 7 quiz for you to do because we finished lesson 7. So I want you to do that. Now, there's no reason why 7 cannot get done today. Please do not take it home. Get it done, turn it in. Okay? Once you take it home, it sometimes doesn't come back. Okay? So, get it done. Take the time, get it done today. What I also want you to do this hour is, we're not going to go into lesson 8 today. Tomorrow you have Proverbs 10:12, Giselle 10:12 tomorrow. Proverbs 10:12, and for verse quiz, and so study that. Make sure you're ready for that for tomorrow. Then, number 3, or I don't care how the order of all this is, I want you to make sure that you are getting your makeup work all finished. Okay? There's some of you that have some Bible to get done. Verses, verse quizzes, or whatever the case may be, get them done, please. I'm giving you the opportunity today to do it. Deadline. If you don't have the Bible, if you have something in science to do, I'm giving you the time. So, or if you have another test or quiz or whatever today that you need to study for, do that. Okay? But let's not goof off. Small talk is fine. Big talk, no, no, no. Okay? So enjoy the hour. Giselle, go get a Starbucks. But if you get a Starbucks, make sure you swing by the school and drop off my Frappuccino. Okay? So, okay? Okay. Okay. I'm going to sign off, Giselle, so get things done that you need to. Okay?
Okay, what is the synonym for perjury, Sophia? Where's your book? Okay, well, you need your book for vocab, so you need to buy another one from the office. Okay, you need that for tomorrow. Okay, letter C is number 1, lying. Okay, what is number 2, Savannah? Sorry? Not advocate. Okay, number 2 in exercise A. Good, deserter. Okay, number 3, what is a synonym for extricate? Oh, did you say C or D? Okay, it's D, deserter. Okay, sorry, I can't really hear you guys. Number 3, what is a synonym for extricate? Maya? Where's your book?
I have no idea.
Okay, same thing for you. We need a book for tomorrow. Go to the office and pay for one, okay, if you can't find it. A, disencumber. Okay, Ricky, number 4. Okay, neither. Adrian, what is number 4? Just say what you have. Good, it is C. Okay, number 5, Isaac. B, can't. Lacey, C, number 6. What is it? Not B. Okay, the cosmos is referring to maybe the world. Okay, Isaac. D, universe. Okay, number 7, epiphany. Andrew. Good, discovery. Number 8, Austin, accrue. Good, earn. Number 9, Jesse, voracious. Did you say what?
D.
Not D. Okay, let's letter C, candid. Avery, number 10. B, demand. 11, Jaden. D, peril. Okay, number 12, dilemma. Lena. A, plight. 13, Gabby. Good. A, suggest. 14, holocaust. Derek. Fire. Good. 15, Doug. All powerful for omnipotent. 16, amethyst. B, overview for panorama. Number 17, Jeremiah for verge. A, threshold. Number 18, back to Savannah. Okay. Asylum. Good. Retreat. Number 19, Adrian. Sorry? Not B. C, truthfulness. Okay, and then number 20, Ricky. Not B. D, good. D, harmony. Okay, let's look at antonyms. These are the opposite meaning of the word. Okay, Lacey, number 1, irrevocable. B, reversible. Okay, number 2, alleviate. Isaac. Good. C, intensify. Number 3, acquiesce. Andrew. Object. Number 4, vivacious. Austin. A, listless. Good. Number 5, exonerate. Jesse. C, accuse. Good. Number 6, Avery, arraign. D, free. Number 7, Jaden, omniscient. C, unknowing. This is an antonym. Okay. Advocate. Number 8, Lena. B, discourage. Number 9, misanthropic. Gabby. A, humane. Number 10, Doug. Frivolous. D, important. Number 11, Derek. Sorry, what was that? D, good. D, refute. Number 12, eulogy. Amethyst. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. I looked up at A and I was like, that's not what it was. Dilemma, but okay.
Good. Letter D. And then number 13, Jeremiah, extol. D, detract. Back up to Savannah. Number 14, antagonist. B, accomplice. Accrue. Number 15, Adrian. C, forfeit. Good. Let's do exercise C. Okay, this is the meaning or the nearest meaning to the expression. Okay, the reason why it has sentences, it'll help you give context to how words are used within the sentence. Okay, number 1, giving consequences in order to enforce his authority. Okay, Ricky? Not extricate. Lacey? C, assert. Good. Isaac, number 2, to praise highly the virtues of the good old days. A, extol. Good. Andrew, number 3, the instrumental sound filling the building. D, philharmonic. Number 4, standing on the edge of success. Austin? C, verge. Okay, number 5, one who argues for the cause of liberty. Jesse? B, advocate. Number 6, his active opponent in the ring. Let's start with Jeremiah. Number 6, please pay attention. A, antagonist. Number 7, amethyst. A, exonerated for pardoned. Okay, number 8, his practice of promoting the well-being of mankind that earned him much acclaim. Derek? C, philanthropy. Number 9, was granted as deserved the title of royal knight. Doug? B, accorded. Gabby, number 10, was pretty and full of life. Vivacious. Okay, letter C. Number 11, Lena unenthusiastically accepted the change. A, acquiesced. Number 12, saw the complete view in every direction from the airplane. Jaden? B, panorama. Number 13, Avery made a passing reference to the Barretts of Wimpole Street. A, alluded. Number 14, Austin, financial assets in danger of loss. 14. Jeopardy. Good. D, jeopardy. Number 15, Adrian coerced the money from the frightened boy. Extorted. Good. Jesse, number 16, the reputation of the truthful George Washington. Not B. C. Good. Voracious. Irrevocable is to not being able to get back. Okay. Number 17, the universe as an ordered system created and arranged by God. Derek? B, cosmos. Good. Number 18, could not understand the local lingo. Isaac? Number 18. Good. Vernacular. Letter C. Number 19, convicted of false testimony while under oath in a court of law. Andrew? Good. Perjury. Number 19 was perjury. Letter A. And then number 20, hope which lessens sorrow. Jaden? D, alleviates. Good. Okay. Tonight for homework, do exercise D. Okay. Exercise D. Okay. Same thing. All right. Rather than it giving you maybe a meaning, you need to put in the word. Okay. So let's do number 1 together. Okay. Gratitude bestows reverence, allowing us to encounter every day blank those transcendent moments of awe that change forever how we experience life and the world. Okay. Is it apostate? Is it arraign, asylum, dilemma, illicit, epiphany? Is it a eulogy, extricate, frivolous? Okay. What is it, class? Good. That one is epiphanies. Okay. Those transcendent moments of awe. Epiphanies is kind of like a random idea that you get. Okay. A lot of people get inspiration or epiphanies. Okay. Number 1 is epiphany. Okay. And then number 2, the prodigal son spent all his inheritance on blank things of the world. Avery, what do you think that one is? Frivolous. Good. Number 2 is frivolous. Okay. Finish the exercise on page 30. Exercise D for tonight. Okay. And then we'll review more tomorrow for our review test on Tuesday. Okay. Make sure you are studying. Okay. Go ahead and put those away. Take out our literature books. Literature books, turn to page number 93. Okay, 93, we're going to talk about an overstatement or a hyperbole today. Page number 93. Okay, we talked about yesterday what a metaphor was. Who remembers what a metaphor, or who can explain in their own words what a metaphor is? Does anybody remember? Amethyst?
It's where you like describe something like something else.
Okay, good. Sophia? Good. Okay, good. Those are both good. You say something, but you do mean something else. It's an implied comparison in which one thing is described in terms of another. Okay? And then we talked about the train yesterday. Then we talked about the snow from yesterday, how those were metaphors, or the metaphors seen in there. Okay, what is the literary device where they give human-like qualities to inanimate objects or animals, class? Good, personification. Okay, let's say maybe the sun, like I already talked about that. That was kind of an example that I gave in class. Okay, and one poem that we had was, not in this book, but there's a poem talking about the sun having a golden whip that drives the fog away. Okay, that's his sun rays. That is personification for the sun. Okay, today we're learning about an overstatement. Okay, an overstatement, if you guys look on page number 93, it is an exaggeration to emphasize a truth. Okay, an exaggeration to emphasize a truth. For example, if you guys look on the top of the page in page 93, it gives us examples from the Bible. It says, I am weary with my groaning all the night to make my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. Obviously, he's crying, okay, but you don't really think that his couch is getting super drenched with his tears, okay? That is kind of an exaggeration to express or emphasize a truth, okay? And then in that same paragraph, it has another example. My tears have been my meat day and night, while they continually say unto me, where is thy God? Okay, obviously tears don't talk, okay, or your meat, okay, that is overstatement, or another name for it is hyperbole, okay? And then in The Storyteller by Mark Van Doren's basically some examples of overstatement / hyperbole, okay? If you put either or, that's fine. It's kind of the same thing. All right, let's read. Look on page number 93 at the poem together. Okay, Austin, please sit up. Adrian, please sit up. Isaac, okay? Make sure you're not hunched over, okay? All right, storyteller Mark Van Doren. He talked, and as he talked, wallpaper came alive. Suddenly, ghosts walk, and 4 doors were 5. Calendars ran backward, and maps had mouths. Ships went tackward in a great drowse. Trains climbed trees and soon dripped down like honey of bees on the cold brick town. He had wakened a worm in the world's brain, and nothing stood firm until day again. Okay? How many of you guys have ever met someone who can make any story come alive? Okay, with the way maybe that they talk, the way that maybe they tell the story, with the descriptions that they use. Okay, this is kind of what he's talking about with the storyteller. Okay, some exaggerations or overstatements may be, if you guys look in line number 2, wallpaper came alive. Okay, that's kind of an exaggeration. Suddenly ghosts walk in. Okay, that's another exaggeration. Calendars ran backward and maps had mouths. Ships went tackward. Trains climbed trees. Okay, those are just different examples of exaggerations to emphasize the truth. Okay, and in this work, the truth is that the poet is expressing that a master storyteller, like in the proper setting, can maybe bring imagination to the people he's telling. You guys see in the last stanza, it says, he had wakened a worm in the world's brain, and nothing stood firm until day again. That's kind of talking about imagination, okay, in the world's brain. So if a master storyteller does his job right, or he tells the story right, It kind of brings the listeners to maybe follow along with him better, or maybe have an active imagination, or it can fire one's imagination so that maybe anything in the story means or seems believable. That's how good that storyteller could be. So that is the underlining truth in the storyteller. If you guys see in the third paragraph or stanza, it says, trains climb trees and soon drip down like honey of bees on the cold brick town. Okay, that's kind of like a change in the mood where a train is climbing trees. Basically, the train is chugging along vigorously, but then it soon drip down like honey of bees. If you guys ever seen honey drip, it's very slow. Okay, that's talking about maybe the train slowing down. Okay, so he's just kind of changing the mood within there, trying to have you guys imagine that story. Okay, turn the page to number 94. Okay, page number 94. Actually 95. Obviously, there is a painting on page 94. It's a young woman with a water pitcher. Nice. Okay, number 95, page 95. Let's talk about a symbol really quickly, okay? A symbol is a word with meaning within itself, but also represents something beyond itself, okay? So a word with meaning within itself, okay? It also represents something. So the way that this differs from a metaphor is we can see that in the paragraph, okay? It says, the difference between a symbol and a metaphor is that a metaphor does not have meaning on a literal level, but a symbol does. A metaphor is saying one thing and it means something else, okay? While a symbol is saying one thing, meaning that and more, okay? So that is what a symbol is. A symbol may have several different meanings. For example, let's look at more examples. The psalmist uses the dove as a symbol. Although the bird can fly, literally, the psalmist uses it to express a desire to escape from his present troubles. Okay, that's kind of what a symbol is. The dove can fly literally, but then the psalmist or David is using the dove as a symbol of escaping troubles. That is a symbol. Okay, and then a metaphor, you're basically saying one thing. Okay, you're saying this, blah, 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 but you're not actually meaning that. You're meaning something else entirely. That is what a metaphor is. And those are the differences between symbol and metaphor. In the work Alone by Hermann Hesse, he was a German poet, novelist, and essayist. He won the Nobel Prize. He became a Swiss citizen, all this other stuff about Hermann Hesse. But he wrote this work alone, and we do see symbols within this work, okay? Maybe you guys can point them out. Let's read the poem. They stretch across the earth ball, roads without number or name, but all are alike. Their goal is the same. You can ride, you can travel with a friend of your own. The final step, you must walk alone. No wisdom is better than this, when known that every hard thing is done alone. Okay? Who can raise their hand and tell me what you think one symbol may be within this work? What do you think? Okay, it's a literal thing, meaning something else.
I think I know this. It's like basically saying there's all kinds of stuff you can do in your life, but no matter what road you take, the ending is just gonna come down to you. No one else is gonna help you.
Good.
It's whatever you're gonna do it. Make sure you can do it on your own, because you're not gonna have people to help you the whole time.
Okay. Yes, in a way. Okay, you did have the right direction of roads taking us where they need to go, but the ending is kind of a little different, okay? But that is a good interpretation. Sophia, what do you think? In a way, yeah. Who else? Who else can add to that? Amethyst, can you add anything? What do you think? You don't know? Well, okay, so Ricky was right with road. Okay, road is the symbol in this, okay? It represents the different paths of life. Obviously, roads lead to wherever you're going, okay? But same thing, roads in life lead to wherever you're going in the end of life, okay? without number or name. No one knows exactly where you're going. All are alike, but their goal is the same. What do you think the goal of life is in the end?
To die.
Okay, to die, yeah. But every way of life leads to a final destination. Ricky? Okay, so that may be a road that you're taking. So that's kind of what a symbol would be. May have several different meanings. So maybe for Ricky, it might be your goal in life is to make an impact. Other people's goals in life is to do something. Maybe crazy, or maybe have a bucket list. Okay, that's people's goals in life, but everyone's goal is the same. It all leads to a final destination. Okay, that we see that in the second stanza. You can ride, you can travel with a friend of your own, but the final step, what is the final step? What do you guys think? Death. Good. Death is the final step. You must walk alone. So it's saying everyone in this life has their own path, has their own choices without number or name. Okay, but all are alike. Our end goal is the same. We all lead to a final destination. But when we get to that final destination, in this road, you can travel with a friend. But when we get to our final destination, which is life, okay, you must walk alone. Obviously, we all have our own paths. Some of you guys were saying no one's going to be there for you. Okay, it says, no wisdom is better than this when known that every hard thing is done alone. Okay, it says in life, sometimes we come to hard decisions. Sometimes we come to maybe things in our life that we have to face alone. Okay, that's what this is saying, that every hard thing is done alone. Okay, but the good news is that we as Christians don't have to walk this life alone, because who is always there for us, guys? God. Okay, God is always there for us. And it's kind of like we can take something from this and apply it to our lives. This world, obviously, people think that they have to do things alone. Okay, you don't have to do things alone. Okay, you have God. God is always with us. All right, so that is the term alone, the symbol of different paths of life. Every way of life leads to a final destination. Okay, does everybody kind of understand a little bit more what symbol is, or symbolism is? Okay, then go to page number 96. Okay, page 96, the road not taken. Okay, this probably you've heard a lot. Okay, you probably heard the road not taken a lot. It's by Robert Frost. He's one of the most famous authors that we know of today. Okay, but here again is the symbol of the road, representing a path of life. Okay, he says, two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both and be one traveler. Long I stood and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear, though as for that the passing there had worn them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverge in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Okay? Obviously, we said this is the different path of life. Okay, there's that road symbol again. Okay? Two roads diverge in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both and be one traveler. He says, I wish I could take both, but I only have one body. I can only take down one road. Okay? I can only choose one path in my life. Then he says, then I took the other. I was looking at one, but then I decided to go the other way, and as just as fair and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear, he said, okay, maybe I took this way because it looks a lot easier than the other way. It's grassy and wanted wear. Okay, it didn't look as, there's not a lot of sticks in there. There's not a lot of, the pathway was clear. That's why I took it. Okay, and then he says, and both that morning equally lay, and leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day. He said, I wish that I could use, or had taken the other one when I don't want to be on this road anymore. Then he says, I shall be telling this with a sigh. Maybe that's possible regret. We don't know. Some were ages and ages hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. It's basically a symbol for any important decision in your life, where it's career, your college. Okay, maybe it's, for some of us, we don't have a lot of decisions right now. The hardest decision we may have is what to eat for dinner or what to make for lunch tomorrow. But this is talking about the important decisions in your life that will make the difference where you end up someday. Okay, that is the symbol of the road not taken. Okay, then the last poem of Unit 4 is on page 97, so make sure you guys read that tonight. We'll discuss apostrophe tomorrow, okay? Go ahead and put those away. And the last thing that we'll talk about is our grammar. So go ahead and take that out. You didn't have any homework last night, obviously, but let's go ahead and discuss that. Okay, let's go on page number 73. Okay, it's page 73. Okay, we did 72 exercise A. We're talking about sentences and fragments. Okay, and then exercise B. Well, we did do this for homework, never mind. Okay, exercise B. Let's go ahead and do this quickly. Huh? I did assign, I said I signed it, but then I didn't assign it. But let's go ahead and do it together, okay? Number 4, animals that live in the polar regions of the Arctic and Antarctic must have specially designed bodies to endure extended periods of freezing temperatures. Class, what do you think that one is? Good. It is a fragment. How do I fix it? Ricky? Number 4. Number 4 in exercise B on page 73. What page are you on?
Oh, I was on 75.
I'm so confused. Okay, this was a fragment. How do we fix it, Isaac? Good. And lowercase the t. Thank you, Austin. Okay, we are joining these two sentences together. Comma after bodies, lowercase the t. Okay, Jaden, number 6. Number 5. Sorry, you're right. I'll do it. After 40 days of searching the land of Canaan as Moses had instructed, only Joshua and Caleb encouraged the children of Israel to enter the promised land. Good. Please stop singing. Okay. Comma after instructed, lowercase the o. We're joining those two together. Number 6, the Great Lakes make up the most important inland waterway in North America. Because even ocean-going vessels of the Atlantic Ocean can travel through the Great Lakes region, reaching ports over 1,000 miles inland. Okay? Maya? What kind of sentence or fragment is that? Which one is it? It is a fragment. How do I fix it, Derek? Good. Comma after America, lowercase the b. You're joining those two together. Number 7, making men into gods is always a mistake. However great any founding fathers may have been, they were still men. Derek, sentence or fragment? Sorry, I meant Jeremiah. Jeremiah? Sentence, okay? Sorry, Derek. Sentence, number 7 is a sentence. Both of those can stand on their own and still make sense. Okay, number 8, a human soul without education is like marble in a quarry, which shows none of its inherent beauties until the skill of the polisher brings out the colors. Savannah, please sit up and then tell me if it's a sentence or a fragment. Good, it's a fragment. How do I fix it, Lacey? Good. Comma after query, lowercase the w. Okay, number 9, forgetting that the one personal God created everything in nature, the Sumerians personified the objects of nature and worshiped them as gods. Andrew, sentence or fragment? Fragment. Good. Jesse, how do I fix it?
Comma
Good. Come after nature, lowercase the t. Okay? Number 10, although it is fed by freshwater streams, the Great Salt Lake of Utah is saltier than the ocean. Having no outflowing streams, the water from the lake can only evaporate, leaving salt deposits behind. Austin, sentence or fragment? Good, sentence. Number 11, in 1867, the United States bought Alaska for $7,200,000. The purchase price averaged about 2 cents per acre. Lena, sentence or fragment? Sentence, good. And then number 12, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God. That giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not. Let's do Doug, sentence or fragment? Not a sentence. Okay, it is a fragment. How do I fix the fragment, Sophia? Okay, Avery, how do I fix that fragment? Comma after God, lowercase the t in that. Okay, good. All right, go to page number 74. Let's talk about run-on sentences. Actually, we don't have time for today. Okay, we'll talk about run-on sentences tomorrow. Let me give you guys your homework for tonight. Okay, do exercise C on page number 73. You're basically correcting the fragments in exercise A on page 72. Okay, it says on a separate sheet of paper, but you can write in your book. Okay, and then tomorrow we'll just go over the ones that are fragments, how we fix them. Okay, so just in your book, how do you fix the fragments? That is number 2, number 3, number 5, 6, 7, and 9. Okay, fix those in your book on page 73, exercise C. You don't have to do it on a separate sheet of paper. Okay? Okay, we just went over them. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 9. We did go over this in class the other day, so those of you who didn't do it, that is why you don't have those. Okay? So that is page 73, exercise C, from the exercise A on page 72. That is for grammar. For literature, just read the rest of, or that page about the last one of apostrophe, okay, on page number 97, page 97 tonight for literature, okay? And then for vocab, do exercise, what is that exercise? D. We did exercise C already. So exercise D on page number 30, okay? Page number 30, exercise D. Any questions? No. Awesome. Okay, you guys are dismissed.
All right, let's pray. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for everything you've done for us, the beautiful weather you've given us, the ability to be able to come to school in person. Although I'm sure sometimes we'd love to be home, but it is really a blessing to be here with friends. It's a blessing for me, Lord. It's my first year teaching. I'm getting to know the kids a little bit every week, every day and every week, Lord. And I'm thankful for that. Thank you for everything you've done this year so far, some fun memories we're able to have, things we've been able to learn through history or maybe just review for us. But we lift up some special prayer requests from the students, Lord. Please help Jaden's relative also with cancer, Lord, going through this hard time. We have a bunch of stuff going on, Lord, in all of our lives. Okay, have some juniors and seniors, how they have relatives with cancer, Lord. And it's tough because you can't get in doctor's appointments. You can't get the right treatment when you need it. So please bless the family, bless that situation, give them peace and wisdom and strength through it. Also, please help Gabby's grandfather. As it's not looking great, Lord, he's in a tough situation. The family might be struggling. Please bless them, Lord. Be there for them. Show your power and comfort to them. They need it. Please help all of them through that. Also, please help Doug's grandfather to continue to get better, Lord. It looks like he's healing. Thank you for that. Thank you for blessing that situation and healing him. Thank you for everything you do for us. Also, please help the basketball game tomorrow, Lord. Safety of traveling during COVID, Lord. Obviously, living in California, there is a little difficulties with freedom of churches and stuff like that. So allow us everything to be able to work smoothly tomorrow. Also, please keep all the kids safe for health. We're going to play other kids, other school. We don't know how they're acting or what they're doing outside of school or at school. So please keep us safe through that. But also allow us to have a fun time, be able to compete, put all of our effort and work into it, and whatever the outcome for us to know, this is a learning year. Allow us to be able to get better and learn from our mistakes and learn from our winnings, hopefully, as well. Please help Savannah and her family, Lord, as they're traveling here. It's a long process, certainly traveling the distance they are, Lord. I'm sure it's stressful, maybe it's sometimes painful. So please help her and help their family to be able to everything to go smoothly, safely, give them peace through the situation, bless their family through that, and allow them to know that they'll continue to be in our prayers. Also, please help Sophia's grandfather, Lord, as he's not doing well, but and they're not really allowed to see him. That's got to be tough on the family, probably tough on the grandfather, Lord. Please help the family, Lord, to just trust in you, to be able to know that you're there for them, and that you'll be there for their grandfather, whatever your will may be. Please help all students, whether we have unspokens, Lord, something going on in our family. Please help us to just know that we have a God that cares, a God that loves, a God that can do anything for us, if it be his will, Lord. Please help us just trust in you as the Bible tells us to, with all our heart. Please help today, Lord, in the notes, and then our quiz and rest of the week of school, and then next week. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right. Okay, so we have this Roman Empire growing. Okay, they take over this area, this last kingdom of Asia Minor. The ruler or king of Pergamum died, and he said, hey, here's my kingdom, Rome, just take it. All right, I'm about to die, take my kingdom. So also in 133 BC, the Romans were considered the masters of the Mediterranean world. Okay, but as Rome's growing, okay, so they're going through all this time of conquer. Okay, they're the supreme power now. Okay, but while an empire or kingdom grows, okay, we're going to see some difficulties. Okay, some problems of their expansion. Okay, just like in anything, right? So like our school. As it grows, it's harder to maintain the rules we had. Yes? Would you agree? In anything, at work. Okay, if it's a smaller job, it's easier to have a set of rules because you have a smaller group of people. But as a company or something grows, okay, and you try to keep those same rules, you might have to enforce them differently. Okay, because it's hard to maintain something as it grows. Okay, so we're going to see some problems of the expansion of the Roman Empire. Okay, Rome's successful wars and overseas conquests brought peace into the city, encouraging freedom and prosperity to all the people. Remember in Rome, okay, not everyone was citizens at first. Okay, but as the Roman Empire grew, whether it was in Italy or other countries, Rome allowed someone to become a citizen if they continued, okay, to be faithful to the Roman Empire. Okay, they had the freedom to continue living their lives. Rome didn't destroy everyone, except Carthage. Okay, they didn't destroy everyone. They kind of said, hey, okay, we conquered you, we're going to rule you, but we're going to allow you to do your thing as long as you're faithful to us. Stay faithful to us, pay tribute to us, okay, respect us, obey us. All right, if you do that, you're good. If not, you're done. Okay, so we see that. Okay, but with this, the moral foundation of the Roman Republic that we've talked about, the character traits of simplicity, discipline, hard work, and patriotism slowly eroded away. Okay, so again, if we have like our small group here, right, and I set these goals for us, okay, it's easier if we have a smaller group to accomplish those goals, okay, to have the same mentality as I do or perspective that I do, yes? Okay, but as our group would grow, say I'm teaching or preaching the same philosophies or the same goals, okay, but as the group widens or grows, okay, it like, as it says, it kind of gets smaller, okay, it's fainted, okay, they might hear the same thing, but it's not as important, okay, the group's larger, okay, some people might not care as much. You don't have everyone that might be faithful in our small, tight group, and that's what we're seeing with this, that republic, this character traits that we've seen from the home, that were built in the home and that Rome was founded on, okay, we're going to see those being destroyed and fade away. Another problem is the Roman family began, as I just mentioned, to disintegrate, okay, as divorce became increasingly common and immorality flourished. Okay, so again, Rome was based in the beginning, as I just said, on what? Family. Their government was based on family. Their way of living was based on family. The father would teach the son or send the son to school, maybe teach him his trade. The mother would teach the daughters how to be the caretakers of the home. Okay, we've talked about this, yes? Okay, so with this, okay, with their empire growing, we see that whole idealism be destroyed. Okay, because divorce comes in. Okay, you have, hey, we're family, we're moving. All right, I don't really like this anymore. Let's just be done. All right, because the empire is so large, and you have different areas. Maybe now that people from Asia Minor are part of the Roman Empire, hey, let's travel, let's live in Rome. Okay, so now you have all these people intertwining, intermingling. Okay, also immorality flourished. Okay, the home and everything was gone. The foundation of faithfulness, again, that idea of discipline, patriotism, okay, character, being honest and true. Okay, these things were gone. More things. Okay, because of the cheapness of foreign grain, Roman farmers went bankrupt, and they were forced to sell their land and move into the city to look for work. Okay, so for a lot of the plebeians, okay, the basic folk, the middle class, okay, they had to sell everything they had, okay, and move to a city because everything was based on cities now. Okay, the growing number of slaves in Rome made competition for jobs fierce. Okay, and Romans found themselves discontented, impoverished, sorry, I said that wrong. Impoverished, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm struggling. And unemployed. Okay, so just like kind of like Carthage, right? Okay, Rome, okay, they would conquer someone, and if someone didn't want to be loyal, didn't want to obey, there's two things they would do to those people. What would Rome do? They would either kill them or enslave them. Okay, those were the two things. Okay, so all these different nations, obviously not everyone's going to submit. That's just a fact. Not everyone's going to submit to this new ruling empire. Okay, so we see a lot of people being enslaved as well. Okay, so if you have slaves that are working for free because they're slaves, okay, they're being made to work, okay, what's the point of hiring someone to work for money, right? If I can have someone and make them work for free, why would I hire someone and pay them? Okay, save money for me because that's all I care about. Okay, that was what we're seeing through this Roman Empire. All right, we're seeing this growth, okay, of slaves, certainly in the cities, okay, grain's cheapening so they can't do their same work anymore. I want to go find another job. Oh, I can't because slaves are everywhere. I can't find a job. I can't provide for my family. Okay, so we're seeing this poverty of the Roman Empire. We also see few wealthy Romans profited by buying up the lands vacated by these small farmers and created vast estates farmed by slave labor. Okay, so these small farmlands, again, like we mentioned, the farmers would have to leave their property. They couldn't afford it anymore. Okay, they weren't making any money. They would leave it. Okay, and so then the rich people, oh, well, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to make it this large company. Okay, so I can make more money. Again, that's going to take, and again, who works there, as I just said? In the fields, slaves. Okay, so now these farmers that left, they know how to do farming. They go to the city, not somewhere they like or used to. Someone takes their farmlands, they grow it. Okay, they're like, oh, maybe I can go work in the farms. But they can't find a job because it's taken. Okay, there's no work for them. So we're seeing this middle class go into poverty. You okay over there, Adrian? Adrian, you okay? Can you hear me? Are you good? All right. Just making sure. All right, others. So with these rich people, others made fortunes in business that had been organized to do work for Roman government. Okay, and with all this, by the 1st century BC, okay, so the last 100 years, Roman society was divided into two hostile groups. Okay, the very rich, who controlled most of the land, obviously the government, and money in Rome, and the multitudes. So all this time, we're seeing this middle class just become multitudes, a large majority of the people of Rome. Okay, the multitudes of poor people who clamored for free food and entertainment, so bread and circuses. All right, so there is no middle class. Okay, there's no farmers, there's no natural workers. All right, you have the rich that rule because of money, because they own everything, because they work in the government. Remember, they didn't want to allow plebeians to work in the government. Okay, so they had the patricians. So we see these poor people. Okay, it's the rich and the poor now. And the poor, they can't work. They have to beg for food. Okay, and by begging for food, that means they're under submission to the rich. I don't have food. I have to beg for it. I have to beg to those who have food. I have to beg to the rich. I have to submit to the rich. I have to do what they want for me to just eat, to provide for my family. Okay, in that sense. Okay, this is going to... Basically. Okay, but with these circuses, okay, this corrupt Roman politicians gave the people what they wanted. Okay, so remember, they wanted food and entertainment. Okay, we're going to get into a great period that lots of us guys and some ladies like. Although it's very gory and honestly a bad thing, but we just like it for some reason. You know, it's entertainment. Yes, sir.
I'd rather be a gladiator than watch it. For the essay,
Yeah.
about Rome, can it be like after the war or is that before the war?
It can be any time of the empire of Rome. So it can't be like present day Rome, but like the empire of Rome in that time. Or the other empires that we talked about. Okay, but this is elitist. Okay, we have corrupt government. Okay, they're giving the people what they want, the entertainment. Okay, if they're poor people, they have no job, they have no work to do. All right, they have to control the people somehow. They don't want riots and everyone to just like overcast everything. Because if you have multitudes of poor, okay, that's basically, no weapons, but it's an army. Okay, it's just as enforceable as having like an army in your cities. So you have to give them something. Okay, so we're going to see this time of, yes, as we mentioned, gladiators. Okay, handouts of bread squelched what little remained of the traditional Roman ideals of personal initiative and self-respect, while the circuses fed one of the darkest hungers of the depraved human nature, to take pleasure in pain and suffering of others. Every day, thousands crowded into the circuses to watch. Okay, they call it circuses at the time. Okay, but basically they would go and watch these gladiator events. Okay, these would allow these poor people that had no job, have no food, they would be able to get like this little bit of bread and watch prisoners of war, slaves, criminals. They would force them to fight as public shows. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Why are those guys red? Like,
Why do you think, Rick? Why do you think?
blood.
It's probably a good guess. Okay, so these men would fight each other. Obviously, they would also, we know them as fighting beasts. Okay, we're going to also see how these... Yep, over the same time. Okay, in the beginning when this gladiator thing came, okay, this was the purpose of it. It was just entertainment of the people through prisoners of war. Okay, but we're going to see later on, we're not going to really talk about how the same idea of the Colosseum that we're going to talk about later, it became the center hub of persecution of who? Christians, but that's going to be way later on. Okay, but we're going to get into that as well later. Okay, so we see these events of gladiators. Okay, but this is going to lead us to a century of revolution. A century of revolution. Between 133 and 30 BC, so 100 years, the Roman world was convulsed by revolution and civil war. Obviously between, okay, you have this large empire, different groups of people. Okay, there's going to be civil wars. While the common people demanded economic, remember, they're poor, they have no job, no food. Okay, so economic, political, and social reforms, the aristocrats who controlled the Senate opposed any measures that threatened their entrenched wealth and power. Okay, so we have the civil war of the poor and the rich. Okay, in this atmosphere of conflict, ambitious men strove for power, some by appealing to the masses as the voice of the poor and the champion of the reform, and some by waging civil war against their opposition. All right, so in this time of civil war between the poor and the rich, all right, we're going to see different people try to rise to power. They're like, man, I can use this for the gain of power for myself. Okay, so you have those who go to these multitudes of crowds of poor that have no food, have no money, have no job, say, hey, I can do this for you if you believe in me. So they're chanting their name. They're like, Andrew can do this for us. Andrew, Andrew, the multitudes of the poor. He's the champion. Andrew, man of the people. Okay? Yes, they are. Okay, but you also have people like Adrian that go to the rich and say, hey, you see those poor maniacs yelling and chanting for people like Andrew? Okay, we need to put them in their place. All right, we need to step down, use the power we have, the weapons we have, cause civil war, okay, and just destroy these people. Okay, they're just a sickness to us. They're a sickness to our society. Okay, and this is what are going to cause these civil wars. Okay, you have these two different people trying to lead. You have these two different people trying to gain power. Okay, the poor are like, hey, we just want our freedom back, man. We just want food and a job. Okay, we want a little power for ourselves, power of the people, right? We're a democracy. Okay, and then obviously the rich are like, no, we're the rich. We get to do what we want. We have money, you don't. Yeah. Losers lose, man. Losers lose. Okay, as she said, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Okay, but that's going to lead us to some specific leaders. First, we see Tiberius Gracchus. Okay, he became tribune in 133 BC. So throughout this whole time, when Rome, okay, became the main ruler of all Macedonia. Sometimes I'm not sure if the note's up there because my angle, it's like there's no words because of the lighting. So I have to make sure it's up there for you guys. Okay, he championed the cause of the poor and convinced the concilium, the plebes, to enact reforms. Okay, this limited the amount of land one man could own and distributed public lands to the poor. Okay, he and 300 of his followers were murdered. Okay, again. Okay, so he's the champion of these poor. Again, like we said, Andrew, yeah. Okay, then the rich are like, hey, let's kick this thing out, get rid of this, and they just killed all of them. Okay, killed the leader, killed Tiberius, killed his followers. Okay, Tiberius's measures aroused the opposition of wealthy landowners and powerful senators who had the tribune and again 300 of his followers murdered. So this is going to lead us to another man, his brother, Gaius Gracchus, or Gaius. Can I go back to this one? All right, finish it quickly. Or Gaius, if you're going to struggle. Yes. Yes. Okay, we have his brother. This is the brother of Tiberius, who was elected tribune in 123 BC, so 10 years. Okay, his reforms included the government sale of grain. Okay, so they're trying to make money on grain again. Remember, grain was made cheap. Okay, so they're trying to raise the amount. Please be quiet. Okay, he wanted to raise the government or include the government sale of grain to the poor at low prices. Okay, they wanted, remember, the government or these rich people took power of the fields. Okay, they raised prices so these people couldn't buy it. They're like, hey, let's, again, for the people, let's get the prices so these people can get some food. Okay, and the creation of new colonies to which the poor could migrate, or immigrate, sorry. Again, so he wanted to allow grain to be cheaper. Hey, we want to get food to these poor people. Okay, he's kind of picking up his brother's torch a little bit. He also said, hey, they have no homes, so let's just make some new communities these people can move and live in. Okay, but with that, okay, again, as he's trying to be the man of the people and the poor, the rich and the people that have money and can buy soldiers, okay, the nobles started riots with this. Okay, against Gaius, since I can't say it how I think it's pronounced. Okay, so Gaius committed suicide, and 3,000 of his supporters were killed. All right, so so you have Tiberius. Yes, he started this thing 10 years, or maybe like 8 years. Okay, he had 300 followers. He was murdered. Okay, his brother's like, hey, I'm gonna get this. You know, my brother died for this. I believe in this. Okay, he gets some power, okay, but we see the same outcome happen, but on a higher scale where 3,000 people were killed. Okay, after the death, okay, leadership of the people fell to the military leaders. Okay, so after the death of these, guys, quiet. Okay, after the death of these leaders and rulers of the people, okay, leadership fell into, well, if the people are murdering all these citizens and poor people, who do you think has the power? We've seen it twice.
That guy looks really concerned.
The people that are killing the poor people, they're the ones that have the power. All right, Adrian, Okay, so we see military leaders gain power. Marius, okay, he is the idol of the masses. Okay, so basically the one that's looked up by the masses or the large groups of people. Okay, we also have his opposition, Sulla. Guys, quiet. We're almost done. All right, so we have Marius, the idol of the masses, or basically the man of the people. Okay, then we have Sulla, the champion of the Senate. And as we talked about already, this is going to lead us to another what? What do you think? Civil war. It's going to lead us to another civil war. All right, we're going to be done there for today. Okay, we're going to be done there for today for homework. I don't believe you guys have done it yet.
Yeah, we did.
Page 90. Did you do page 90? All right, so page 97, you're going to the next one. No. Sorry, I just can't read. Page 95. You guys have not done that one, I believe. Page 95, which is the next section.
We did 95, I think.
Page 95, Austin, you have not done that one. Page 95. We're just going to do the first half. We'll do the second half tomorrow. Okay, page 95, 1 through 5. Page 95, section review 3, 1 through 5. So you have those 5 questions. Okay, you do have the essays, but you have all week, so hopefully you didn't procrastinate and wait, or else there's going to be a lot of work tonight. You have homework. You have your essay, which should basically be done. Maybe you're doing some last second checks. No. And then we also have a quiz. All right, so for the remaining amount of time, we're going to review for the quiz. Yes. For the homework or the quiz? It's over pages 88. Wait a second. Yeah, page 88 to 94 is the next quiz that we've done.
There's usually a number.
There is a number. But there you go. All right, so we can review. I'm going to tell you what's on it, but I'm not going to give you the answers. All right, with this quiz, okay, this quiz is more of a reading quiz, so it could have been a pop quiz, okay, but I'm not making it a pop quiz. Okay, it's going to be over some of the reading in the section review you have for homework tonight. You okay over there? Okay, you just had a Band-Aid on.
Yeah, but like it was drenched in blood.
All right, so they're all short answer. Okay, again, some of the answers, they're going to be in the reading. All right, I'm going to tell you questions, but I'm not telling you the answers this time. You have to make sure you do a section review and read over it a little bit. Okay, but you have questions like this. Who was the champion of the Senate in Rome's first civil war? Marius or Sulla? We should know that one from today. It was Sulla. Page 88 to 94. Okay, question number 2. Name the river. I'm literally giving you guys the question, so hopefully, okay, I'm not going to repeat the question until you get it all written down. You might have to summarize it. But name the river Caesar crossed against the Senate's orders on his way to Rome.
True.
It's not true. They're all short answer. It's real easy. Okay, it's a river that I'm not telling you the answer.
Oh, the Tigers.
Possibly. Close. Okay, also, question number 3. Where was Antony's fleet defeated by the fleet of Octavian? We're going to talk about possibly tomorrow. Okay, it should be tomorrow.
Well, your Vans look nice.
They're all right. They're a little dirty. Okay, but we're going to talk about tomorrow about Antony and Octavian, the 2 leaders that were given, okay, the east and the western part of the Roman Empire, how they're going to fight because Antony betrays the Roman Empire and marries Cleopatra. Good. Okay. But we're going to learn that tomorrow. Okay, but we need to know some things from our reading. So where was Antony's fleet defeated? What sea? Yep. Who ruled Rome during the birth of Jesus Christ? That's question number 4. Caesar Augustus, which is also another name for...
It says give the titles that indicated Octavian's authority over it, but it doesn't have any.
They should be in there. They're not going to be bold. I think they might be italicized or just in the reading. He had like 4 like precepts. You see him? Yep. Okay, you also have question number 5. Give the term for the 200 period of Roman peace and prosperity. Give the term for the 200-year period of Roman peace and prosperity. Question number 6. Which Roman emperor began the first great persecution of the Christians?
Nero. Right? That was right? Oh, yeah.
I believe so. But I'm not saying if it's right or wrong. Okay, you have to look in your notes because it is, off the top of my head, it is either Nero or another one, but it's the great persecution.
What's the other one? So who are the starters?
In the reading. You'll find out tomorrow. Starters, you'll find out tomorrow. People that get to travel will find out today.
Not me. Can you tell us right now? Yeah, come
We'll
on,
see.
please. Just tell us her.
Okay, shh. Next question. What volcano erupted in AD 79, burying the city of Pompeii? That one should be pretty easy. Most of us probably already know it. What volcano erupted in AD 79, burying the city of Pompeii? Most people should know that one already.
Mount Pompeius.
It's in your reading. It's not Mount Pompeius. Shh, Rick, not in the classroom. Next question. Name one of the 5 good emperors.
What's the outbreak one?
Yes. The other one that I think it's not the first great persecution, but it's the one that led a 10-year of the worst persecution is Diocletian. Huh? No, Diocletian. He led the longest and worst persecution, but Nero is the first great persecution. He was the first one, but he wasn't the worst one. Diocletian was the worst one. Nero, we have more specifics. Diocletian doesn't say, it just says it was really bad. Okay, so name one of the 5 good emperors. What's in one of them? 5 good emperors. We've talked about these. If you don't know, you're going to have to read about it. Number 9, who was the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity? Most of us should know that already. Constantine. That's the place that was named after him. He actually wanted to call it New Rome, but the people said, no, we're calling it Constantinople. It was another name. It was another name for Byzantium.
He was actually being humble. He was like, let's name it New Rome. And it was like, nah.
Yep, Constantinople, but it's Constantine. And last question, name the edict that made Christianity a legal religion. Is the Edict of Milan. It was basically like the proposition or whatever of toleration. No. Okay, that is the quiz. Okay, you're going to have to do a little work, a little studying. Okay, it shouldn't be too hard. Most of the answers we either did in notes. I gave you some answers right now, and some you'll find in the homework. Okay, that is tomorrow. Make sure your essay's done. How long does it have to be at least? Half a page. At least half a page. That makes you have to have some content. Okay, you have your 5 questions. You should be able to finish it in school. And then you have our quiz. Any questions? No. All right, that is all for today. You may be dismissed. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. Okay, make sure you guys turn in your stuff. Again, if you're not turning your stuff on time, you receive no credit. Hope you guys are doing well. We'll see you tomorrow.
And like I like how it's
All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started this morning. Let's go ahead and make sure we're not talking.
That would be extremely rude.
It would be.
That's the eye. That's what you always say.
Guys, shut up.
Thank you, Deborah.
Don't want to get them married.
Oh,
Okay,
sure,
you're
I
young.
do.
All right, we're on exercise 2.8, number 4. Exercise 2.8, number 4. Please make sure you have out your supplements. We're on page 68 of your supplement, page 66 of the textbook.
Can't wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow's page 69.
Let's not. All right, first of all, we have our given. So see above, because I'm lazy. All right, so before I do anything else, okay, but we just know that the given's there, so we may as well fill it in. Looking at this diagram, our goal here is to prove OAB isosceles. We're trying to prove this innermost triangle here, isosceles. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's the goal. We are given only that AC and BC, stop it, word go away. AC and BC are equal, and we're given that DC and EC are equal. I'm sorry, and EC. I think I said DC twice. DC and EC are equal. Okay, so let's start working this through. Okay? Let's see here. Well, what's one thing I can prove in the first place?
Can't you bisect those?
That A. What page are we on? Page 60. No, that A, D, and E, B are equal because subtraction.
Okay, that's something we can do. Good to know. What's up? Okay, the goal here is to prove OAB is isosceles, right? So we're trying to prove AO equal to BO.
ADO and EOB are congruent triangles, so definition of right triangles, remember?
What? No, say it again, because you just did it way too fast.
Okay,
Triangle
so
ACE is equal.
triangle AO, ADO, or whatever, how do you say it, and then EOB are congruent. So that means that definition of right
Wait, how do
triangles
you know
or
they're
whatever.
congruent? Because you only know one side is equal. No, triangle ACE is equal to triangle.
Or is that like a head? Because I feel
BCD.
like,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm onto something.
Am I right? Yes. because
Yes, the goal is to prove. Okay, so you're gonna have overlapping triangles here,
So is that
but
remotely close?
you were close. You just had the wrong triangles.
Okay.
Triangle
Like,
CNE
you were-
and CBD are
Stop,
okay
you stupid thing.
because, side by
That's not
side.
very nice
Lena,
to say, Mr.
Lena,
Yeah, it's not very nice to talk about
Hey, that's
it.
fine. Lena, it's like saying, hey,
Hold on, I'm looking at it. Hold on.
we're driving, except you crash.
Actually, it would be a lot easier to prove C equal to itself and use side angle side.
Oh yeah, I say yes. I say yes. It's better.
You see what I'm saying?
Are they gonna say you drove on the wrong side?
No, what triangle are you talking about?
All right.
It's so sad.
Angle C equals angle C.
Yes, but we're gonna have to word it. Actually, yeah, we can just say that.
I'm so confused.
I'm gonna cry.
And on today's episode of See How Many Times It Takes Mr. S to Spell Angle. All right. Anyway,
We'd be here all day, so.
Let's go, or something like that.
legit though. All right. So delta ACE is congruent to delta. Sorry, triangle. I have to type delta though because it's the Greek letter that looks like a triangle. Yeah. And it looks better than the default math triangle. So.
Let's do
That one
this.
looks like.
Mr. S, you know how I asked you, was I remotely close, right? And you said,
Oh, it doesn't even work in Word. Ha. It's because all mathematicians just use that. Anyway,
And so it would be angle side SAS? I mean,
Yes.
side angle side?
because we have two sides and the included angle. All right, so that's the first part. Okay, great. Now we got those triangles proven. So that's going to let us do some other stuff. So first of all, all right, so that got us.
AE equals BD because C equals CE. AE equals BD.
I hear you. I'm just seeing if that's a path we can take.
Or if you do AB equals AB.
Okay, if we do AE equals AB, how do we prove OD equals OE so we can subtract it?
Wait, what? OE equals
OD and ODE would then have to be subtracted. How do we do that? Like how do we establish that those are equal?
It'd be AO plus OE
Right, but how do we prove? Right, I understand that. I'm saying directly we would have to show somehow OE equals OD, and I don't have a way to do that. Does that make sense? Now, if you got one, I'm all ears, because like it just might be I haven't seen it. But yeah, I'm not seeing how that's going to work.
Would be angle A equals angle B? Base triangle or
That's basically what we're going to end up using.
because you already proved AC equals
Wouldn't that be
BC,
later
so
on?
angle A equals angle B.
So what?
Wouldn't that be later on? Would it be angle A is equal to angle B?
No, we could actually say that like now. Yeah, but that's not what's CPCTE though. So number 4,
I was about to say CPCT.
we're going to do angle. We're using CPCTE.
Yeah, you were about to, I was about to say CPCTE and you just put the words in my mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to use CAE is equal to CBD. We're going to try to use angles here. Yes. Okay, so that's the goal, is we're trying to use angles. All right, now then as I look at this, now I can go through and state what you guys were saying. We can say angles A and B are equal. Angle CAB is equal to angle CBA. And we do have to state the full name of the angle because there could be confusion on which angle we mean. No.
Oh no, we have different centers.
There it is. All right. This one is the base angles of an isosceles triangle, or angles, because I haven't said it's isosceles and I don't want to do an extra step. Angles opposite equal sides in a triangle are equal.
It's weird seeing you say hearing you say triangle, but yet you type in delta.
It's harder to do
I know, because you say triangle.
because I'm saying triangle and typing delta,
That's so.
but it's worth it because then I can show you guys how to abbreviate. Okay, so now I have the big angle is equal. I have the smaller angles are equal. What then can I do?
We need a side.
I actually don't. I'm only trying to prove the triangle's isosceles. See, what I can do though is I have this word go away. I'm in focus mode for a reason. All right, I've said the big angle's equal. I've said this angle's equal. Doesn't that make this angle equal?
Or you can do substitution, can't you?
We're going to do whole is equal to all its parts followed by substitution followed by subtraction. Because we gotta get to where AOB is equal to OBA. Because if we can prove the base angle is equal, we've proven the sides equal. And we've proven it isosceles.
Equal angular triangles and also,
Not necessarily that, but by sides opposite equal angles.
that's what I meant.
Yeah. So that's kind of the path we're taking, so it's a lot of writing, but it's not a hard thing to get. So all we're trying to do here is we're trying to isolate it down to where AOB is equal to OBA. Just grab your pencils. Angle CAB is equal to angle CAE plus angle OAB. And angle CBA equals angle CBD plus angle OBA. Whoops. Because the whole equals sum of all parts. Sum is also only 3 letters, so if you don't want to deal with sigma, you can just write it. It's also a Greek letter, by the way.
Oh, Greek sure didn't know that now.
Yeah, let me put it this way. About my sophomore year of college, I just printed out a Greek alphabet and memorized it. At least the names of them, so I'd actually know what I was reading. Because, yeah, I can't read Greek, but I know what all the letters are.
So like you can put the whole alphabet?
Not off the top of my head, no. If I see one, I know what it is. Angle CAE plus angle OAB is equal to angle CBD plus angle OBA by substitution, and then I will pause. Okay, we had CAB equals CBA in step 5. In step 6, we said that those were equal to other things. Now we're saying the other things are equal. And then I'm going to do one more because we already talked through this. It's just now filling it in.
I put substitution.
Substitution. Okay. Angle OAB is equal to angle OBA by subtraction.
Hey, can you do parts
Is this the
PPS,
last
or is
part?
that
Because like
points?
for real, like
That's points.
is this the last one?
No, there's still 2 more.
What? I already ran out of space.
Just make more boxes.
Wow, it's so easy to do, huh, Gabby?
Yeah, actually, it's not that hard.
Okay, so we've gotten down to saying that these 2 angles are equal. Well, if these 2 angles are equal, then OA must equal OB, right?
Sure. Yes.
Because they're sides opposite equal angles. Sides opposite equal angles in a triangle are equal. And then by its very definition, triangle OAB is isosceles. Ah. Quickly. You're done writing, right?
You can use the sides opposite equal angles or like.
There's just something about staplers that I love.
Amethyst, what was your question? Okay.
This little creaky noise and everything.
Yeah, we've proven both sides now where we can say sides opposite equal angles or angles opposite equal sides.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if you can use them both more than once.
Yes.
You're smart, right? Maybe.
Oh my gosh.
All right, anyone still writing?
Nina, you're rich, right?
That's 3 times today.
Oh, it's 4. It's 4. Nina, it's 4.
All right.
Wait!
I asked if anyone was still writing.
That said me.
Oh, raise your hand then.
Oh, we're on
I
page
can't, I'm using
69.
that hand to write.
Use the other hand.
I don't know what that means.
My hand's on page down.
Okay.
Use your foot.
Use your foot. No, don't do that.
What did you say? What's that? What?
Sure. What is that? You're not mature either. But if I had to be mature, I can be mature. Ah! Yeah, you deserve it. Ow!
Knock it off, both of you.
She's tickling my ankle with a poke.
All right, as we look at exercise 5, we have AC is equal to BC. Oh, forget this. Just C above. Okay. It's already printed for you anyway, so I don't really care. Okay, number 2, we're saying that triangle ABC is an isosceles triangle by very definition.
Because the size, right?
Yeah, we're given at the very beginning that they're, oh, thank you. We're given at the very beginning that they are equal. So we're told that AC equals BC and DC is the bisector of angle ACB. So the first goal is to prove that AE is equal to BE. All right, well, if CD is the bisector of the vertex angle of an isosceles triangle, what does that automatically make it of a base? Because if we look at ABC, that's an isosceles triangle.
Ooh,
That means
say
the
something?
base,
I
the
know.
base is bisected.
It means it's the perpendicular bisector.
So AB is a perpendicular bisector. Is that what it is?
So CE
Yeah, CE is a perpendicular.
is the perpendicular,
Can I say something though, Mr. S? Can I say something?
it's bisecting AB.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna be like one of the things, but if it's not, I'm actually gonna be really disappointed. But is ACE, triangle ACE, and triangle CEB congruent to the definition of right triangles, isn't it? Because they're literally.
You can't prove congruency by definition of right triangles. Just because they're right triangles does not make them congruent. Are they? Yes. Do they happen to be congruent? Yeah, actually, but it's not relevant.
Question.
Yes.
For number 4 with the next one, can you prove by vertical angles?
Give me a minute, because you're a bit ahead of me there.
And they would all be right triangles, or right angles too. I mean. Oops.
Or that's what every single teacher here. Are proofs important? They all said no. It's the dumbest thing ever.
It's because they weren't taught it correctly.
That's true.
All right. Real quick, that makes, that's a typo. AE equal to BE, which is the first thing we're set to prove. Okay, by definition of bisector.
Wait, how many letters does that have to be for it to isosceles? It's ISOSC?
Yeah. Oops. Okay. Now, also by definition of bisector, okay, this one is going to just kind of be a housekeeping thing, and I'm going to have to shrink this diagram so we can scroll a little bit. Oops, too far. You have it in front of you in your supplement. But anyway, number 5, angle ACD is equal to angle BCD, which is by definition of bisector. I know that's again, but this is definition of angle bisector. The other one's the definition of line bisector or segment bisector. I mean, so.
How can we make number 4 really bold?
Because that's one of the things we were supposed to prove. That was part A.
Oh.
So there's the first proof. All right.
So how are they equal?
We're told that DC is the bisector of ACB. So then the two ACD and BCD then are equal by definition of bisector, because CD is bisecting that angle. So that's just a housekeeping thing. We have to actually say it. Number 6, also a housekeeping thing that's actually included for you, but I'll include it here for the sake of completeness. CD is equal to itself by identity. Because duh. All right. So if I have CD equal to itself, I have angles equal, and I know AB and, wait a minute. Oh, AE and EB are equal. Then what two triangles could I possibly prove congruent here?
AEB and DEB.
Yes. Why do we have... Huh, rip. There's a typo on my key. Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Hold everything. No. No, actually, we grabbed the wrong triangle. I'm sorry. I misled you. I said the wrong sides. We have AC and BC equal in our given. We have angles equal, and we have CD equal to itself. So then triangle, there we go, triangle ACD, oops, is congruent to triangle, wow, BCD by side angle side. Now, because we have congruent triangles then, AD must equal BD by CPCTE. If AD is equal to BD, whoops, Okay? What does that make triangle ABD?
Isosceles.
Yep, by definition. I will fix that in a second. Okay, so we've proven both pieces now.
That makes sense.
Oh, goodness.
What is 2.8 number 6?
That's the moment Mr. S realized it's screwed up.
All right, as we look at exercise 2.8, number 6, let's go ahead and get that set up here real quick. We have exercise 2.8, number 6. We are told to prove that prove that the perpendicular bisector of the base of an isosceles triangle passes through the vertex of the triangle. Now the book is helpful here, guys. We are told here by the book to use the indirect method.
Oh, goody. Thank you.
So you will notice that there is no
Table.
there is no table. You are not to create one. Yeah. Note
Can we anyway?
exercise 2.5 number 3 and informal statement 7. Return. And let me insert the diagram here.
I don't want to do this.
That's okay.
Why do you have some wood? You looked up what we're on.
Shrink that down by a lot.
Well, I'm not gonna like this at all. And you said proofs were fun. You lied to me.
They're fun for me.
You lied to me.
All right. So here's the idea, okay? We have our diagram here. We're trying to use the indirect method. So we shall start out by writing proof. Okay, because that's the heading you give it, okay?
Oh my gosh.
This is proof. Okay, so we're trying to prove that the perpendicular bisector CM passes through point C. So let's assume it doesn't. Let's say that it passes through point P, not point C. Okay? So let's suppose
Let's not.
that the perpendicular bisector MP of the base of an isosceles triangle does not pass through the vertex. Well then, we will let CM be the line that joins the vertex of the triangle, rip, and the midpoint of the base, which we can easily do because 2 points determine a line. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. Now it follows that, delta, that triangle AMC is congruent to triangle BMC by SSS, since CM equals CM by identity and AM equals BM by the definition of midpoint. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're looking at CM here, and so ACM and BCM must be congruent because CM is equal to itself, AM is equal to BM by definition of midpoint. We've declared M to be the midpoint. And AC is equal to BC by definition of isosceles. Okay, so side to side. Yep, that's what we're doing. Okay, so we're just saying how we would easily prove this. So then, angle CMA is equal to angle CMB by CPCTE. So help me. And angle CMA and angle CMB are right angles by definition. Therefore, CM is perpendicular to AB by definition of perpendicular lines. What, informal proofs? Or not informal? Indirect proofs? Not that often.
Will there be on a test?
Potentially. Okay, so angle CMA would equal angle CMB by CPCTE. That's how we started out with this. So those two right angles are, we know for a fact, we don't know if they're at the right, we're establishing that. So they're equal angles by definition of by CPCTE, which makes them right angles by definition because it's two intersecting lines forming equal adjacent angles.
The only thing I understood in that was adjacent angles.
So that makes these two lines perpendicular. However,
Hold on, let me just tell you something. It really bothers me when you type. Sometimes you abbreviate words, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you put depth, sometimes you put definition.
I
Sometimes
know.
you put midpoint, sometimes you put MDPT.
it's whether or not I remember.
Sometimes you put angles.
You feel free to abbreviate.
No, I know. I'm doing that, and I just see it, and I'm like, how come it's abbreviated here, but not here?
It-
Kansas, and not Arkansas.
I could just, but I.
Anyway, the entire reason for that is actually faster for me to just type out a whole word.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It actually takes me longer to abbreviate when typing. And so just like, I won't even register that I could abbreviate because it takes me longer. Anyway, however,
I'm with you.
this contradicts informal statement 7, which states that only one perpendicular can be drawn to a line at a point in the line. Therefore, the perpendicular bisector of the base of an isosceles triangle, oops, there you go, does pass through the vertex.
Congratulations, Mr. S. You're the second thing that's ever burned my hand.
Oof. And then end proof.
Do we have to put that little box?
Yep. It's part of the proof.
We make the box by ourselves. Just make a box colored in.
Yeah, basically. Yep, that's it. Look at that. It even all fits on one screen. Beautiful. That's a lot of text.
I know, I'm telling you, you officially burned my hand.
How do you remember this? Or do you just have the answer?
I typed it in. Like, I have the answer key. I don't even have to retype it. I could just display my answer key.
Oh, okay.
You should have done that.
I do this so I can talk through it better.
Okay.
And because then it slows me down,
Right.
which is good for your guys' sake.
Yeah.
Whoa, last time I looked at the clock, it was like 11:09. How did time go by that quick?
What?
You've been writing that.
Oh my god. And then
Nice, so,
11:40.
Bro, you're right slow, but your handwriting is very nice.
Legitimately, I type faster than I write by like a lot. In case y'all didn't get that. Anyway. But yeah, the reason why I don't abbreviate some stuff, seeing as I'm kind of stalling right now, okay, is because like to abbreviate some things like the word angle, I actually have to do Alt-Enter to enter equation mode and then type \angle. So it's actually faster for me to just write the word angle. So there are times where I just straight up forget to abbreviate because like it's faster for me to not.
The most words I've ever typed in like a minute have been like.
How do you remember this stuff on a test?
The most words
I give it to you open book for a reason.
1,000. Not even.
I did actually have all this down where I could do it from memory though.
It has to be
Yeah.
in the same
Is
line
there
as
schools
the
that can actually?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That
this
actually-
yours.
you're welcome.
Really?
Wow, you have really pretty handwriting.
I'm surprised I wrote straight. No. Okay.
Bro, look at my writing.
Mr. S. Does the box have to be in the same line as the last thing, or can
It should actually be slightly below, but that's okay. Like I should have actually hit return, write a line, and then put it.
Usually I write pretty.
But I was being lazy.
I can't write in this room.
Usually I write
Yeah.
neatly, but since I wanted to hurry this up, I just go.
What? Okay. All right, just real quick note, if you guys do not have your diagram in your supplement, so please make sure you guys include that as well. The diagram, here, let me get this. Actually, you know what, I'm just gonna just go ahead and hop off the screen here. I'm not gonna do the next proof, we'll do that tomorrow. So distance learners, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna leave the screen up for a couple minutes so you guys can get the diagram down. See you guys tomorrow.
You're not on right now. Yeah, you are. Okay, DLs, we're going to do this quiz, quiz 8 right now. Quiz 8 was is open book because I did not give you a study sheet for it. So it's open book, so go ahead and do that. Doing that first. And then I think I sent that to you yesterday. Adrian, you want to start off the hour? Then zip it. Okay? I shouldn't have to tell you again. So go ahead and do that, and then we'll come back to our notes after that, okay? So I should have, I think I sent that to you yesterday. And you just, I think both of you just received your Bible worksheet, or I sent it to you, just sent it to you, so, okay? So go ahead and start on that, DLs, and then we'll come back, okay? I'll interrupt you for just a minute here, for a little while. Okay, Giselle, Uvia, um, we're having some here in the class that are having difficulty with this, or it's taking a little bit longer. So since we only got about less than 10 minutes left of class, we'll just cancel it today. Let you go ahead and finish that quiz. Make sure you get it done, and then get it to me as soon as you can. Okay? So sorry about that, but I'd rather you do this than not get things done properly. Okay? So take it off and take off for the rest of the hour, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? But thanks for tuning in. Okay? Bye bye.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Today we are going to actually introduce the Cartesian plane. But before I do that, we need to talk about the person it was named after, René Descartes. Now you probably know his most famous saying, whether or not you realize it was from him. He's famous for saying, "I think, therefore I am," which sounds extremely proud. It sounds extremely arrogant. It sounds extremely full of himself until you read the context. See, that phrase is not something he just said at a party or something to show off. That phrase was said to keep him out of the brink of insanity. See, he was writing a book on mathematical proofs, and it's actually on the, oh goodness, what's the whole title? The Discord on the Method of Rightly Conducting One's Reason and of Seeking Truth, oh goodness, and it cut off. Cover, and hopefully I can find, and Seeking Truth in the Sciences, okay? So that's the full title. How do I go back to where it was? Hey, there we go. Cool, Kindle. All right, so, whole book. And right in the middle of it, you start to see a descent into insanity followed by someone pulling the emergency brake because he realizes something he can hang on to. And then he goes from there to going, but God must exist then. And goes on to continue to mathematically prove the existence of God. So this is part 4 of that book that I was mentioning. I'm only going to read the first portion of it due to time. This is a very long book. Okay, and it's deeply in math. I don't know. I haven't read it. I just downloaded it. I knew of what this thing was. I had to Google even the name of the book because I couldn't remember. So I had to quickly find the book so I'd have this to read today because I completely forgot that this was today. But this is my favorite lecture in all of Algebra 1 because you get to see someone mathematically prove that God, some higher being must exist. Okay, using nothing but logic. Part 4. Yes, there were 3 parts before this. Okay, but this is where you start to see it. I am in doubt as to the propriety of making my first meditations in the place above mentioned matter of discourse, for these are so metaphysical and so uncommon as not, perhaps, to be accountable to everyone. And yet that it may be determined whether the foundations that I have laid are sufficiently secure, I find myself in a measure constrained to advert to them. I had long before remarked that in relation to practice, it is sometimes necessary to adopt, as if above doubt, opinions which we discern to be highly uncertain, as has already been said. But as I then desired to give my attention solely to the search after truth, I thought that a procedure exactly the opposite was called for, and that I ought to reject as absolutely false all opinions, in regard to which I could suppose the least ground for doubt, in order to ascertain whether after that there remained aught in my belief that was wholly indubitable. Okay. Those were a lot of big words. I'm aware of that. Okay? Got to remember, mathematician. Okay, and better yet, French mathematician, where this is translated from. Okay? So it's not even like written in English in the first place. Okay. So, basically he's like, okay, so far I've been trying to prove everything that's true. Now it's time for me to start disproving things that are false and see what's left. Accordingly, seeing that our senses sometimes deceive us, I was willing to suppose that there existed really nothing such as they presented to us. And because some men err in reasoning and fall into paralogisms, errors, even on the simplest matters of geometry, I, convinced that I was open to an error as any other, rejected as false all the reasonings I had hitherto taken for demonstrations. And finally, when I considered that the very same thoughts or presentations that had ever entered into my mind when awake had in them no more truth than the illusions of my dreams. He went out for lunch. Yeah. But immediately upon this, I observed that whilst I wished to think that all was false, it was absolutely necessary that I, who thus thought, should be somewhat. Okay? He's like, if everything is around me is false, if my body is just lying to me, all my senses are lying to me, because we all know our mind plays tricks on us. We all know our eyes plays tricks on us. And if you let yourself go down this path as a logician, okay, it's not a magician, it's a mathematician who's looking at logic, okay? If you apply this as a logician, it's very easy to start to descend into insanity. Because then what do you believe? What exists? And that's what he's fighting here. But I, who thus thought, should be somewhat. He's like, wait a minute. I'm having the ability to question. So then I exist somehow.
Oh, frick.
Okay. And as I observed that this truth, I think, therefore I am, was so certain and of such evidence that no ground of doubt, however extravagant, could be alleged by the skeptics capable of shaking it, I concluded that I might, without scruple, accept it as the first principle of the philosophy of which I was in search. He finds himself trying to dismiss everything, but has to stop because he's like, I must exist because I have the ability to question. I think, therefore I am. He proves his own existence mathematically. Again, it's a special type of crazy that he's trying to pull himself out of. The only way out of this is with more logic. Okay? There is no putting down the shovel. Okay? It's you keep digging or you're ending up in a rubber room. Okay? That's kind of the idea here. So in the next place, I attentively examined what I was, and as I observed that I could suppose I had no body, and that there was no world or any place in which I might be, but that I could not therefore suppose that I was not. He's like, I may not be human, I may not be in this world, I may not be in this universe, but I must exist somewhere in some form. That's as much as he could prove. Statement done. He could not deny that he existed, and that on the contrary, from the very circumstance that I thought to doubt of the truth of other things, it most clearly and certainly followed that I was. Again, it's just a state of being. I exist. Well, on the other hand, if I had only ceased to think, although all the other objects which I had ever imagined had been in reality existent, I would have had no reason to believe that I existed. I thence concluded that I was a substance whose whole essence or nature consists only in thinking, and which, that it may exist, has need of no place, nor is dependent on any material thing. So that I, that is to say, the mind by which I am what I am, is wholly distinct from the body, and is even more easily known from the latter, and is such that although the latter were not, it would still continue to be all that it is. Now you probably missed it in all the flowery language, but he just proved that he had a soul. He just proved that he was an eternal being who would continue to exist after the death of his body. Using only logic. Okay? I am aware that this is above like kind of this grade level in logic. I understand that. But I'm showing you guys kind of the crazy that came up with this. Okay? And by crazy, I mean, like, there's a fine line between intelligent and crazy. You know what I mean? Okay? He was bordering that line as closely as he possibly could. Okay? So, again, pulling himself back from the brink of insanity. Okay? So he proves he existed. He now proves that he is an eternal soul that is completely separate from his body and his current existence, which is biblical, by the way. Yeah. This is super cool. Anyway, sorry. And people wonder why I like proofs. All right, anyway, this right here. All right. After this, I inquired in general into what is essential to the truth and certainty of proposition. For since I had discovered one of which I knew to be true, I thought that I must likewise be able to discover the ground of the certitude. He's like, I found something that I can find with certainty. How? How is it certain? What makes it certain? Because it is certain. He's proven that. Now, what makes it certain? He's starting to work backward. And as I observed that in the words, I think, therefore I am, there is nothing at all which gives me assurance of their truth beyond this. And I see that very clearly that in order to think that it is necessary to exist, I concluded that I might take, as a general rule, the principle that all the things which we very clearly and distinctly conceive are true, only observing, however, that there is some difficulty in rightly determining the objects which we distinctly conceive. In the next place, from reflecting on the circumstance that I doubted, and that consequently my being was not wholly perfect, he's like, okay, I exist, but I'm not perfect, so why can I prove that I exist? For I clearly saw that it was a greater perfection to know than to doubt. He's like, there are so many things I don't know. That automatically makes me not perfect. It's insane. Okay? I love it. I was led to inquire, hold on. I was led to inquire whence I had learned to think of something more perfect than myself. He's like, okay, I think, therefore I am. I exist. Okay, cool. We're beyond that. I don't have to worry about whether or not I'm a figment of someone else's imagination. Okay, I've gotten that. I've gotten that I'm an eternal being. But why? And I know there's stuff I don't know.
So he couldn't have created everything, like, basically, yeah. He couldn't have done it.
So,
Who the frick did it?
exactly, that's where he's going with this.
Free, dude!
So something more perfect than myself, and I clearly recognized that I must hold this notion from some nature which in reality was more perfect. As for the thoughts of many other objects external to me, as of the sky, the earth, light, heat, and 1,000 more, I was less at a loss to know whence these came, for since I remarked in them nothing which seemed to render them superior to myself. In other words, okay, those things aren't better than me, they just exist with me. I could believe that if these were true, they were dependencies of my own nature, insofar as that it possessed a certain perfection, and if they were false, that I held them from nothing, that is to say that they were in me because of a certain imperfection of my nature. But this could not be the case with the idea of a nature more perfect than myself, for to receive it from nothing was a thing manifestly impossible, and because it is not less repugnant, and the more perfect should be an effect of, and the dependence on the less perfect, again, he's stating this mathematically, then that something should proceed from nothing, it was equally impossible that I could hold it from myself. Accordingly, it but remained that it had been placed in me by a nature which was in reality more perfect than mine, and which possessed within itself all the perfections of which I could form any idea, that is to say, in a single word, which was God.
Free.
He just mathematically proved the existence of God.
Why don't freaking people use this against atheists?
Anyway.
Literally.
Basically, he's like, everything couldn't have come from nothing. It's impossible. It's mathematically impossible. It's not just mathematically improbable. It's not just, in the beginning, time and time is their God. It's mathematically impossible. The odds of life forming from non-life are 1 in 10 to the 40,000th power. Things are considered mathematically impossible after 1 in 10 to the 50th. You got 39,950 extra zeros to deal with just to prove that it can't happen. And that's just life spontaneously forming. That's it. Which, by the way, was disproven in the 1800s. You get where I'm going with this?
Dude, you just ended the whole freaking... This dude just ended the whole argument
Yeah!
of atheism, but no one uses it. Why?
Because no one understands it. Unless you know math.
You know, man.
Unless you know proofs.
You know,
There we go. So, and to this, I added that since I knew some perfections which I did not possess, I was not the only being in existence. I will here, with your permission, freely use the terms of the schools. But on the contrary, that there was of necessity some other more perfect being upon whom I was dependent, and from whom I had received all that I possess. For if I existed alone and independently of every other being, so as to have had from myself all the perfection, however little, which I actually possessed, I should have been able, for the same reason, to have had from myself the whole remainder of perfection, of the want of which I was conscious, the lack of which. And thus could of myself have become, he's like, if God didn't exist and I just had some form of perfection in me, I should have had all the perfection. And then I would have been able to, of myself, become infinite, eternal, immutable, omniscient, all-powerful, and in fine, have possessed all the perfections which I could recognize in God. He's like, I should have had that ability if God didn't exist.
Hold up, wait, this is verse 15, hold up.
For in order to know the nature of God, whose existence has been established by the preceding reasonings, as far as my own nature permitted, I had only to consider in reference to all the properties of which I found in my mind some idea whether their possession was a mark of perfection, and I was assured that no one which indicated any imperfection in him was in him, and that none of the rest was wanting. He not only proved the existence of God, he proved God was perfect. Mathematically and logically.
This is like...
And we know him for creating the XY axis for graphing. We know him for creating the thing that we graph on. That's how we know him. We know him for the Cartesian plane, even though he mathematically proved his own existence, his eternal soul, and the existence of God.
And this ended the argument for like people, okay, what if you're like stranded out on an island, you've anybody ever in your life that. Like,
Yeah, you can prove it.
Freaking, they're like, then you want you to go to heaven or hell? When people say hell, if Christians say hell, they're like, hell, but they've never freaking heard of God. It's like,
God only holds you accountable for what you know.
ah.
He proved the existence of God using his own mind. All right, anyway, so there's that. So let's get into the textbook. We're on page 92. Do you see why this is my favorite lecture?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, cracked out.
Oh,
Math is hard.
oh, man. All right, your brains hurt yet?
Yes.
Good.
That was great.
All right.
My brain has been
No.
hurting since I started learning math. What are you talking about?
Oops. Let's see here. I need grid. Okay.
Don't forget to turn on the other one because Avery's on that thing.
It's going to freak out now. Yeah, that's fine. Give it a minute. It's the splitter waking up going, oh, I actually have to do work now. Oh, come on. Sometime today. All right, so the guy who wrote that is most famous for his work on making the algebra grid. Okay? We call it the Cartesian plane because he created it. It's because of him that the study of algebra actually became mainstream because there was a way now to put pictures to the letters and numbers. Okay? So if you don't like studying this class, it's his fault. All right.
I thought it was the people that made algebra's fault.
Yeah, him. He popularized it.
Alright, where's Timothy?
All right, so anyway, if you have a grid like this, I really need to actually go into the settings, see if I can make that darker. Hold on. Preferences, grid, color. Oh, goodness. It just changes. Okay, cool. Can you all see that? How about that? That good?
This time, I didn't see it.
Okay, cool.
That looks very sweet.
All right. All right, so what happens here is we can have an, XY coordinate plane. Okay, so that's the thick lines. All right, so a plane is a two-dimensional surface that extends infinitely in all directions. That is a term you should know. Okay, there are a ton of bold words in this section. Learn them all. Okay, so we are representing here a plane. Whoops, I'm still on the line tool. Erase that. Okay, so this whole thing here is the plane, and specifically the way this one's laid out is called the Cartesian plane because he's the one who invented it. And I should probably switch the scene on the video to actually include the, graph. There we go. Huh? No, the should actually include the screens on here. I was just on me because there was nothing on the screen. All right, anyway. So this is a plane, and better yet, this way is known as the Cartesian plane. Now, in order for this to actually be a Cartesian plane, we have to do a few things to it. First of all, we have to include arrows. This plane goes in all directions, not just the segment we're showing. Planes are infinite. Okay, the number line is infinite, correct? We can go from negative infinity to positive infinity. Those are not numbers, those are processes. Okay, it's a technicality, but I'm going to insist on it. Okay, all the Cartesian plane is two number lines at right angles to each other, where the zeros line up. That's it. Okay, so we have okay, so we've got a vertical number line that's going up to positive infinity as we move up the graph, negative infinity as we move down the graph. The the horizontal line is just a number line that goes from negative infinity on the left to positive infinity on the right. Okay? Yes? What?
Did we ever learn about Z's in this class or no?
I don't remember if we get to it in this class or if it's a later class. We will at some point eventually talk about it, but not, I don't remember. You'll see. All right, so then we have to go through, this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis, and yes, you must label them x and y.
Why?
Because I have spoken. No, I'm kidding. Because that's how a Cartesian plane works.
Most people are stupid like me and
Not in this class. I might have mentioned it briefly last year.
Oh, I'm thinking about my old school.
Okay. So this right here is the Cartesian plane. And so every point in here can be represented by an ordered pair. So if I go ahead and make a point here, okay, we can measure its distance away from the x-axis and the y-axis. And I accidentally grabbed one where they're both the same. Undo. I need to grab one where they're different so it's more obvious. Oops. Y. Okay. Here. I will do this here. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 in the x direction. So we put a parenthesis, and then we put 4, and then a comma. Then in the y direction, we go up 1, 2, so 2 in the y direction. It must be in the form x, y. How far you went in x, how far you went in y. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
If there is no numbering, each segment is 1. Okay? But we can make them half, quarter, or 3 if we want to. It doesn't matter. We just then have to label it. Yes?
For this chapter, we need that type of paper.
Yeah. It is a required supply for this class, so make sure you have graph paper. You're going to need it like the rest of the year.
Really?
Yeah. At least partly. Like it'll be off and on. It won't be every section, but it'll be off and on the rest of the year. All right. Now, this is called the regular coordinate system. Okay. These two things have two different terms that we could use. This is also known as the abscissa. I spelled that wrong. This is called the coordinate. What's wrong with me? No, sorry, this is called the ordinate. Goodness. O-R. There we go. All right, that's the ordinate. You desperately need to know those two terms because Becca's a fan of throwing that in quizzes and tests. Okay, you need to know those specific terms. Okay?
Coordinate or ordinate?
Outside of this class, you will never use them. But we're moving on.
Coordinate.
It's abscissa and ordinate. Okay? This whole thing is called an ordered pair if we look at the whole thing. It's a pair because there's two of them, and it's ordered because it has to be in order. Real inventive, I know.
Oh, this is
Yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Say it again.
What?
Please. Say it again.
It's an ordered pair because it's a pair. It's two things. They have to be in order. That's it. This point here, I'm going to grab a different color now. This point here is called the origin. It's called 0, 0. Yes, and it is the place where the axes intersect.
I bet you these words are going to be in our quizzes.
Yep. If it's a bold word, it's fair game. And there's a lot in that in the section.
But now we're going to learn vocab and math too.
That's right. All right. Finally, because this is split up into 4 segments, we call them quadrants. Quad meaning 4. Okay? We start here in the positive x-axis, positive y-axis region. We call this quadrant 1. Over here is quad 2. We start working our way around the graph this way. Okay? It always is in this direction. Then we do quad 3. Then we have quad 4. Notice it's Roman numerals. Yes, that is a requirement.
I like Roman numerals better than grade.
Has to be Roman numerals. Has to be Roman numerals. Yes?
On the page 92, the little graph where it says quadrants, why is there like signs under in parentheses?
I was getting to it. Okay. Now, when we're in quadrant 1, we will always have 2 positive numbers. That's going to happen. If we're in quadrant 2, do you see how I'm on the negative x-axis now? So the first number will be negative, but I'm in the positive y-axis, so that number will be positive. If I'm in quadrant 3, I'm going to have both negatives because I'm in the negative x-axis, negative y-axis. Then quadrant 4, I'm in the positive x-axis again, but now I'm in the negative y-axis. All right? So that's the order pair situation that you will see in each of those quadrants. It's in your book. Like straight up, every part of that is from the, yeah, that's just me walking through it. So it's on page 90, or yeah, 92 of your textbook. About the only thing is I've actually labeled my point. The point in the textbook is 6, 6. All right, so example 3.1a. We're to plot each point in the Cartesian plane. Now, There are going to be many, many, many times in this class where I just go ahead and cheat and do a pre-done graph because graphing on the fly is kind of a pain. Okay, so if I have the point 3, 2, you'll notice I've gone right 3 up 2. You know what? No, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to do the other one. Leave. It's fine. Grid, please. What time is it? Ah. Yeah, that's not good.
Us and the winner gets 10 points extra credit.
No.
Why? Why come now?
Yes, like you have one class left.
One class.
Why are you not?
Because it's moved like 5 times.
That's fun.
Sorry.
You're fine.
You got a mask behind you.
Yep.
No, I respect it because he does have practice.
All right. So I'm going to make every other line be 1, so this is more spread out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. By the way, if you change one scale, you must change both. To otherwise mess with it is to be very disingenuous. Okay, and it makes the graph shape wrong. Okay, so if you're going to double it all. Okay?
Oh, so it's easier for you?
And so your graph looks correct.
Okay. But would you mark us wrong if we did that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If that's what it takes to have you all do it correctly, yep. Okay. So we have these. So the first point is 3, 2. So the first value is my x value. So I'm going to go to 3 and then 2. So I'm going to go up 2 and plot my point. Oh, you guys can't see my cursor. I'm going to go to the right 3 and up 2 and plot my point. I forgot you guys don't see the crosshair on my screen. Okay. The next one we're told to do -3, 4. So we're going to go -3x and up 4. Okay? And we're going to plot our point there. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so this is 3, 2. We always label our points. Okay? Does that make sense? So far, so good? Then we have -4, -3. So I'm going to go -4 first, then I'm going to go down 3, and it will be right here. Yeah, that's not really helpful, though. All right, so -4, -3. And then finally, 1, -2. Well, I'm going to go 1 down 2 right here. So 1, -2 is that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
easier than it looks.
Yeah. It's once you get the hang of it, it's not bad.
It looks
Okay.
easy.
All right, now I'm not going to get into the equations thing yet because we have 9 minutes and that's just not happening. Okay, I purposely planned this lesson to be 2 days because I know I'm going to spend most of the first day talking about that. So, your homework tonight. Practice 3.1 numbers 1 through 6.
Although,
Oh, that's easy.
don't cap like that.
Sorry, does anybody got graph paper so I can start this right now?
Here. Wait, practice 3.1 blue?
Same, I could do this like in
They're all blue, so yeah.
Wait. Oh, it was so funny. No one asked.
1 through 6.
Maggie's a
All right, and then I will see you guys tomorrow.